And just so you know, this is my 6-year-old 980, so it does have.
Oh, greetings everybody. Welcome back to some more Space Engineers. This is our RB Lost server. I'll kick back to standard voice in a moment. Just thought I'd welcome you all to the stream. I know those who do follow me will realise that I haven't actually streamed in the last week. This is because I'm in vacation mode, or I'm on vacation. But I figured I would come in and stream this. Oh, braiding drone. Oh, no, I'm going to get rid of that for the moment. Entity list. I don't think so. Go away. Don't appreciate that. Oh, I've got a pirate raider. Okay. Anyway. So yeah, welcome to the stream, and let's get on with the show.
Is that working correctly?
Okay. My apologies, guys. I just the server is up, and I just introduced my stream. And how are you, Zaraki? I mean, are you doing better?
So, anyways, how's your guys' vacation coming along?
Good. Borders all hell, but other than that, I'm doing really well, actually. Well, borders all hell.
Answer for you.
I know, I know. I gather that.
Steam had to do some updates, so it's going to take me a second.
That's cool. I booted the server up. I joined the server, and we had a raiding drone come in. I've never seen a raiding drone before.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
you didn't put in any new mods, did you?
No, I didn't put any mods in. I did, however, then just admin blow it away because I just didn't feel like dealing with it. I'm bad.
You hadn't even started the stream yet. So
no, that's right.
How dare you? You're fired. No chocolate for you.
No chocolate? You're stealing my chocolate again. I'm going to cry now.
Well, joke's on you. I already ate all my chocolate.
Are you sure you ate it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I know I ate it.
So that's what that is.
Oh my god, really, Windows?
I'm going to go back to what I was doing last week, and that is finishing off our gold mine and then tasking the new drone to go and work with it.
Windows is trying to install Windows 11.
Oh, you're kidding, really?
No. Fortunately, my system, for some reason, doesn't meet minimum system requirements, even though I updated it like a year and a half ago.
Yeah, well, they'd better not try that with me because I actually don't want Windows 11.
I've heard nothing but terrible things about it so far, so I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good as is. They can keep their Windows 11 tripe.
I've basically heard the same thing about Windows 11 that I did with Windows 8. So,
well, because Windows 8 was a piece of shite.
And so was what was
anyone
it? Vista?
Anyone noticing a pattern?
Every second.
Windows.
Yep. Every second version of Windows is piece of filing crap.
Yeah, the only reason Win 10 is okay is because they took 7, XP, and 8 and tried to fix what was wrong with 8.
Oh, well. But Vista was garbage.
Yeah,
8 was garbage. Vista was garbage. ME was garbage. The first release of Windows 95 was garbage. The second release, second edition was... no, 95 was garbage. 98 second release, second edition was good. Then, yeah,
Serious?
Vista was garbage. XP was okay. ME was garbage. 7 was okay. 10's been, well, we didn't have a choice. They forced everybody through that.
Yeah, 10's temperamental, but it works.
Badly.
That's all I got. That's all positive.
Yeah, that's all I got too.
Yeah, it's so bad that one of my sisters still had a Vista laptop and was having issues with it and called support, and they went, "We don't have anything to help you with that."
That sounds about
Like
right.
they literally said, "We disavow that thing even exists."
By the way, Cal, did you see Enra put up a new one?
Just did I see what? Sorry.
Enra put up a new mod. Wow.
Yes, actually, I did see that. Yeah. It's
I
an
rather like the looks of it.
yeah, it does look pretty
Unfortunately,
interesting.
SE is not particularly friendly with me right now, so I can't test it.
Yeah,
My goal is to fix that for you.
yeah.
My goal is to sprout wings out my ass and fly.
That would be nice too.
That
It would, yeah. Ow.
Come here, bub. Come here. Well, get your scraggly ass over here. Can't take your jacket off yet if you're not close enough. There. Now go scratch your back. Jeez. Oh, wait, hang on.
I should better put that on. There we go. I can see what I'm doing now.
I hate to say it, but I'm about as excited for Windows 11 as I am excited for the next Space Engineers Weapons update.
Yeah.
Please enlighten me as to what they plan on breaking this time.
Oh,
Everything
everything.
as per normal. Everything.
Oh, I forgot I didn't have to put it on potato mode this weekend.
Yeah.
Or last weekend.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing, is that until we started, or until basically around the same time that we started the Are We Lost series,
Mm-hmm.
I was running Space Engineers just fine in non-potato mode.
Yeah.
I know, and now
And-
Space
And then
Engineers
they came
in
up with some
general.
freaking updates, and it's just killing my system.
Yeah, it's breaking everything.
Yeah. Not surprised.
Well, no, not really, but it's still a pain in the ass.
It is. And we have a Pirate Raider, which is vanilla,
Oh.
I think.
Yeah, it is. That's so. Why are we getting a Pirate Raider now? Whereas, oh, far out. Whereas we're getting what, Omicron and not Omicron and Gamma
Yeah.
and Sigma and whatever the hell they were.
So,
But the
Cal,
thing is we're...
what the hell's going on down there? Right, what is this shit?
Oh,
Oh,
You gotta remember, I haven't been here for a while, so what are you
Oh,
working
okay. Well, I've forgotten.
Recaps are kind of nice.
All right. Well, I built a silver mine, and then I've got an automated drone that is traveling back and forwards, delivering silver ore and processed silver from the mine back to the base. But it's like 300 kilometers away, so it takes about 45 minutes in each direction. So you end up with a decent amount. I'm working on a gold mine at the moment, and I've got a drone already built. Once I get the gold mine in place, I'll be setting up a drone for transporting of materials from the gold mine back to base as well. I can potentially build a magnesium mine here where I am as well, because there is a gigantic deposit of magnesium here as well. And I've got a light patrol drone that's on the other side of the asteroid that is like last time. Mad was working on power generation, although we've got a lot of power generation now, and I don't know that we actually need much more in the way of power generation anymore. We've got huge battery banks and
4 large reactors.
4 large reactors. Yep.
He was in the process of assembling a 5th, but I turned that off.
Yeah, because we don't really need the 5th at this point in time. Aside from that, and making sure that you don't slip in whilst we're not here and steal all our nuclear reactors and uranium, yeah, that's where we are.
I can't. You shut the server down.
Well, that's why
Really?
he shuts the server down.
That and right now, I couldn't even if I wanted to.
Yeah, I don't know what they did, but I'll be honest, like, even my system with my 3060 and everything is...
Because, I mean, I should not be having as much of a problem as Kaladin does when on the other server.
Yeah, exactly. No, you shouldn't at all.
I mean, one, Cal has his freaking Australian ping against him.
Yeah.
Two, he has what, 300 plus mods against him?
300 and what was it? 23, I think they said the last count was, or some bullshit.
And the other thing too
Whereas-
is I'm getting the same issues Kaladin is, and I'm in the same state as the server.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I mean, realistically speaking, I shouldn't be having this kind of side effects
No.
when the server's literally just below me.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, the server's in Cali.
Something like that. Yeah. I don't know, I sort of
but
lost
then
track
again,
of
even
those.
on a home front, or doing a single player mode, I still am getting this massive swampy chunk crap.
Yeah, you should not be getting that on a single player game at all, which is really, really weird. Have you've tried verifying your files and all that sort of shit?
Yeah,
So I
yeah,
thought,
I've done that.
yeah, I mean,
I
I
even
figured.
uninstalled and reinstalled it, and it didn't fix it.
Yeah, no, I figured that was the case, but
Well, one thing to remember is that Windows 11 is coming out, so I'm sure some file stuff changed in the background for it to be compatible.
I'd like to know how Microsoft's going to do that, because not all systems are actually.
I'd like for Microsoft to pull their head out of their asses and realize that not everyone wants to upgrade every fucking time.
Yeah, that's true.
And technically, my system is upgraded. So I don't know what system they're looking for, because mine's actually like beyond what most people own basic.
Exactly. But I mean, like I said, if it's only going to be certain spec systems that are actually going to be compatible with 11, so what, Microsoft are just going to ignore everybody else who's running the older system, or what are they going to do?
Probably.
That's the biggest problem. See, Microsoft, Facebook, and Google, those three, they believe that they know better than their end users. And they feel that they have the right to force their view onto the end user. Whereas I'm still really pissed about 10. Fortunately, the box... Okay, long story short, I went and I spent the extra money. I bought a Windows 7 Professional install disk. And... Oh shit, I must be out of stuff. And I had a system with Windows 7 Pro on it. Microsoft come along and upgrade me to 10. I never asked for it.
Yeah,
They
they
come
did
out.
the same to me.
They did the same to everybody. The thing
Yeah,
is, clear all that shit. I recently had to rebuild that system. Well, guess what? I can't reinstall Windows 10 Pro on it, which is what they upgraded me to, because I had Windows 7 Pro. It auto upgraded to Windows 10 Pro.
Yeah.
But I can't install Windows 10 Pro on it, because after the initial, we're going to force everybody to upgrade, if you wanted Windows 10 after that, you had to pay for it, to the license. And my Windows 7 Pro license will not activate a Windows 10 Pro.
Technically, that's not entirely true.
Well, no, if you have a valid license key, you can download the Windows Install Media for free. Yes, you can get Windows 10 for free. But if you want a valid license to activate it, you have to pay for it. And my Windows 7 Pro license will not activate a Windows 10 Pro clean install. That's where the problem lies. And I can't do an upgrade on my Windows 7 Pro up to Windows 10 Pro like they did initially on the initial force, because that's no longer, they don't do that anymore. It's just messy is what it is. It's just messy.
Yep.
And Microsoft don't realise how close I am to actually going back to Linux for everything. Because I choose what operating system I want to use. They should not have the right to dictate to me what operating system I'm going to use. They don't own the hardware, I do.
I vote we shave Lunar.
Why?
Oh, why not? I don't think he has long hair, so...
You never know.
Exactly.
Do you have hair down to your ass?
I'm gonna leave you guessing.
Because unless you got hair down to your ass, then we're shaving your head.
I've got a hiding pirate base 10 kilometers from me.
Oh yeah, what I was gonna say earlier is the Spurt Pirate Raider.
Mhm.
That's vanilla, which means that it's early keen
Yeah,
drone tech, which means
it's dumb.
it's just gonna sit there and send drones at us
Yep.
because it is really, really stupid.
Yeah. The pirate raider, I think I'm going to actually clear it.
Don't do it. It's a trap.
Pocket world, raider drone.
Hey, Gamma Drone.
Remove the. There we go. That's gone.
Buy a Gamma Drone.
There's a couple of gamma drones. Don't ask me where they are, but they're now gone as well.
One's getting vaporized.
Oh, hurry up and stream it.
My guns took umbrage to the Gamma Drone.
All right. So which direction is it going? It's going. Ah, okay. It's going back to the mine. It's only 70 kilometers away from the mine. Okay. Just checking on the drone.
Oh yeah. Good idea. Yeah, I would honestly rather have these drones coming after us than your drone.
Yeah.
Just
got
put
a-
shields on your drone, it'll be fine.
I've got a light patrol drone here it's on the opposite side of the asteroid, so it's having trouble finding me or getting to me. Okay, we're refining. Alright, I think that should be plenty. Let's just stop that. I mean, I suppose I could go around the corner and just get rid of the patrol drone.
Well, I mean, it would save you the headache.
Yeah, maybe. Alright, now. Let's go back and put this shit into production again.
I forgot about all the new blocks already. I keep forgetting about them.
There's new blocks again.
No, the heavy armor like sloped
The industrial.
corner and
Yeah, the
Industrial
extra
pack.
shapes. The new
Yeah.
new shapes.
the new shapes they introduced earlier this year that I still call the new shapes.
Yes.
Well, until they come out with new shapes, they're not going to become the old shapes.
Well, that's true. You got a point. Alright, whoop, that got, ouch, that actually hurt. Running into some conveyor piping, doesn't work.
Nope.
I can't phase through it.
It's fine. There wasn't much up there to damage, anyways.
Probably not, but it's the health that it took more than the brain.
Here comes another raider drone.
Okay, so why are we getting raider drones all of a sudden? We weren't getting raider drones before.
It's the pirate raider.
Yeah. Weird. No, okay. Give me this. That's thumbs. All right. Oh, hang on, that's the other thing I forgot to check. What have we got in the way of floating objects? Let's just get rid of those. Yeah, tons and tons and tons. Goodbye. That should help clean things up a little bit.
I didn't feel any of that. That was nice. Cleaning up
Yep.
usually gives a little bit of server lag, but I didn't get any.
Yep. Well, actually, also I cleaned out all the encounters that had been generated too. There was like about a dozen or more different encounter things that had been spawned. So I've left them alone up until now, but this time around I went, well, we're not looking at them, we're not going near them, we're not wanting to do them. I might as well just clear them just to free up this server anyway, the load on the server.
Well, once I get my ship all fixed up, I think I might actually go to one of those maydays.
Yeah. I also got rid of the hidden, the hiding pirate bases too, but they'll respawn. They'll respawn.
The very poorly hidden
Yeah,
hiding bases.
yeah, that's one. The ones that have got beacons that are going, we're a hiding pirate base. Huh?
At least go with a little RP and be like unregistered, and have it be like when you're flying around and have it on a low level beacon, like a low
A low distance
kilometer beacon and an unregistered power signature.
Yeah, something like that. But I don't know. I think we're asking a bit much. It's keen after all.
I think that one's a mod.
I think you're probably right. Now, what's the easiest way going to be to do this? Yes. Okay, I've got plenty of iron for what I want to do. Damn it, don't have any uranium. Bloody base took all the uranium off my ship.
That's bad.
Oh, no, my uranium reactor is a backup reactor, and I've got uranium in that. It's just more a case of if I wanted to put a reactor on this over here, which I'm going to do. That's why I normally carry spare uraniums. Right, so now we need to set up the production facilities here on this space.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, this is going to be
I'll be right back.
okay.
Okay.
What's going to be the best way to do this? Off to the side, I'm thinking. Yes. Yes, off to the side, I think. Yeah, that's better. Okay, what do I... Okay, I need small... Oh no, oh no, my suit energy is low.
I've already had to deal with that like 3 times because of the stuff that I'm welding.
Yeah.
That is the one thing that I'm actually sad that they didn't do is like being able to modify your suit.
Uh-huh. Let's just put some more of them in production because they could be useful. And yes, get rid of you. That one. Alright. Ah, okay, that might work. do this. Okay, you can do it that way maybe. I think that might work. Give me that. Okay, just it'd be better if we could keep it on a single network. Which means I'll try that. Pull out from there. Well, I can actually put more cargo storage on here. I can just tie it off the other side because I'm using sorters to pull out of the main cargo network. Out of the main network, it pushes into the refineries at the top. Both refineries are connected, so it just needs the one sorter to pull the ore from the top and push it into the refineries. And then I've got another sorter at the bottom pulling out of the refineries ingots, pushing back into the storage container. So there's no looping because it's only ore off the top and ingots in the bottom.
Oh, okay.
So it will always make sure that the refineries are full to their capacity for refining of ore, and then they'll pull their ingots off the bottom back into storage. So,
Oh, nice.
it is surprising what you can do with the conveyor network, the sorters, if you put some thought into the logic behind flow. A lot of people don't seem to be able to wrap their head around. Like, think of it like a piping system, a fluid flow, and the sorters act as the pumps.
Yep.
I mean,
Problem is that most gases ignore the sorters.
yeah. Well, that's not so. In this case, it's not a drama because we're not dealing with gases. But you're right.
No.
The sorters are for goods, not for gases. So yeah, that's what somebody needs to make, and that's a sorter system, a sorter like stop valves for gas flow that work like sorters but only affect hydrogen and oxygen. That would be interesting.
It depends on how Keen has it programmed.
Well, yeah, that's true.
They may have it programmed where gases are like, I don't care.
Well, yeah, it could exactly be. What things into production we have? Okay, it's just going to take a little while to produce. All right, take a little while to produce. Actually, I need to replace one of these conveyors with a sorter as well, because it needs to pull the ore off the drills and push it to the cargo system. So I'm going to take that one there and replace it with a sorter. Alright, that's storage container taken care of. Put you lot into production. Oh yeah, like as I started telling you earlier, I was watching a streamer, Excalibur, who he streams Elite Dangerous. He's amongst other things, he's got a really nice sim pit. It's all set up like a cockpit for Elite Dangerous and everything. It looks really nice. Anyway, it was a very interesting stream to watch because he'd spent the last 6 months, 6 real-time months, out in the outer rim of Elite Dangerous.
Oh, wow.
And the stream that I managed to catch, he'd just gotten home. He'd just gotten back to his home base.
Oh wow.
He was quite emotional about it because he'd been away for so long, a huge big expedition. He'd been doing a lot of stuff. So I found it actually was quite an interesting stream to watch.
It sounds like it. No, yeah, I've heard of a bunch of different things people have done.
He came back with several pages worth of data that he sold when he got back, and it was like 2 million credits per page of data, and he even got a first discovery in amongst that, where he was the first to actually discover something. In amongst all of that, so yeah, it was very interesting to watch. I don't normally watch Elite Dangerous streamers, but what caught my eye was his SimPit was actually really, really nicely set up. It's the sort of thing I've seen people set up for Star Citizen. A full flight cockpit, basically, all set up. So it was quite an interesting stream to watch.
It sounds like.
Now we need to. I think before I do anything else, I'm going to build at least one more battery, because once I turn this stuff on, it's going to put a pretty hefty draw on the power systems, I'm sure.
Alright, I have a survival kit up and running on the new ship.
Yay! That's right, you said you were going to get a survival kit on it, didn't you?
Yeah. It doesn't need anything fancy, it's a cargo ship.
As long as you can get back to it if you die. Pretty much.
Yep, that's the point, which is why it's in the middle of the ship.
Well, it's the same with Skink here. It's only got a survival kit on it because it only needs basics of medical attention and as a respawn point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I suppose I better get some energy.
Hello.
Hey, it's a man.
man.
How you going, man?
Sorry for late arrival.
No. Actually, you're actually on time compared to what it's been because you guys are on daylight saving. We actually started a little bit earlier than because we were here and we were bored.
Well, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
I also just a moment.
Mm.
Just to stare at nothing for a quick moment.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah.
God, as much as I would like a sim pit, I would really have no use for it.
I've got no room for it. Oh, actually, no. Correction. I actually do have the room for it if I get off my lazy ass and clean up the spare room I've got. Which I've got no inclination to do. I'll be perfectly honest with you on that.
Yeah.
But honestly, I play games for enjoyment, which is fair enough. And a sim pit would be awesome, but sorry, a rig that's dedicated to a single game or a single genre of game, to me, is an excess that I can't justify.
No.
And extravagance. Yeah.
If I was going to do a sim pit, it would have to be able to configure between at least 2 or 3 genres.
Well, yes. I mean,
And then I should also just be able to shut down the sim rig and use the PC for it.
for other things, yeah. I agreed.
Yeah.
No, I fully agree with that. Still plug. There we go. The one game that has tempted me to even contemplate building a sim rig is Star Citizen for when it is in a much more mature state.
Mm-hmm.
Star Citizen with VR would be freaking amazing.
Yeah,
Oh god, that would make me so seasick.
Hence the reason why you need a proper sim pit to actually do it.
exactly. But Elite Dangerous is the only other one that I would consider it for, and I do have both games. But I also just don't, like I said, I don't have the room that it's readily available because I'd have to get to and clean it up. I don't have the inclination to build one. I mean, I can build one. I could build one. I've built similar things in the past for other purposes. I just no longer have the inclination to do so. So I probably won't.
Yeah, for a good reason.
All right, now.
On top of that, that's another. That's another PC.
Yeah, exactly. You'd need a dedicated PC for it, really.
Well, and that's the other thing too, is like with Star Citizen, every ship is going to be rigged up differently.
Mm-hmm.
And what about the first person shooter aspect of it?
Mm-hmm.
And
Exactly.
you know,
That doesn't work for a sim rig.
No.
Running around first person with a gun is not the same as piloting a ship.
Yeah, so there'd be some stuff you have to kind of iron out, and honestly, while VR would be amazing for like Star Citizen, it probably wouldn't just honestly need to be settled down for like a 4 or 5 monitor setup.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, what brought that around, Matt, as I was just telling Luna, I was watching an Elite Dangerous streamer yesterday. Excalibur, his name is. He's quite a big Elite Dangerous player. He's been playing for a long time. He'd actually just finished 6 months out on the outer rim of the Elite Dangerous galaxy, and he'd only just the stream I caught was was only just getting back to his own base with his big carrier and all sorts of stuff, and he was quite emotional about it. But what grabbed my attention was he had a really nice sim rig set up specially for Elite Dangerous. It looked like the inside of a cockpit of one of the what was he using? I think it was the Viper. It looked like it was just laid out exactly like the inside of one of the Elite Dangerous ships, and it looked really, really nice. It was a very impressive piece of kit that he was using.
But that was like a $50,000 or something.
Probably, yeah, probably. It probably wasn't a cheap thing. But he also had full VR. He wasn't using VR at the time, but when he got back and he calmed down a bit, he says, "Nah, okay, I need to play this in VR for a little bit because I've missed playing it in VR, and I want to feel the sense of scale of these ships." So he cracked out his VR rig and set that all up so he could play in VR for a little while as well. So yeah, it was very impressive to watch. It was a very interesting stream to catch, actually.
I bet. I found a lunar.
Hi. What do you think?
One second, we explore cryopods, basic meeting area.
Mm-hmm. Cryopods just for logout stuff, because
If you're out and
I
about,
know how
yeah.
sketchy beds can be.
Yeah, so
I
if you're out and about, you've got somewhere to log off safely.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
this
lights
is
are
gonna
not
be-
quite hooked up yet, but
So this is going to be career. 1 second.
Yep.
I completely forgot I was going to be streaming, and I didn't start the stream. I see. We have the all-important bedroom.
Absolutely.
yes.
What am I missing? Oh no, it's just taking a while for reactor components. Okay.
Right.
Whew.
Power, engineering.
And Mad, I'm over here building an automated mining system for gold.
Ooh.
Where is here?
I'm about 200
Ye-
kilometers away.
Ah,
Yeah, he is far
And
away.
I found a gigantic deposit of gold. I mean, monstrosity and a half.
In a toothpaste tube.
In a toothpaste tube. The whole center core of the toothpaste tube is gold. If you check my stream, you'll see it. It's just...
1 second, pulling up right now.
Yeah, you're right. And magnesium. And I'm thinking about setting up an auto miner on the magnesium side of the asteroid as well, and setting up a second drone to collect the magnesium. Because it's a very big deposit of magnesium too.
Yeah.
But see, there's the center core of the tube, and the tube. The tube. This
One
is
second, I'm currently watching your ad.
their ads, yeah. Well, it'll pick up. But the whole center of this big long snaky tube is all gold.
Seriously.
I believe a drone has struck my ship.
Yep, this is
Yeah,
all
mouse.
gold. So I'm setting up an auto miner. I won't be mining all of that out, but
Because I heard the crash.
Wow.
Poor thing groaned. I guess it wasn't my ship. I guess it just hit the shield because it turned blue.
what do you?
Wow, that is a lot of gold.
It is.
We're gonna need it though.
And
Yeah.
we're gonna need silver.
No, we've got tons of silver.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, we have silver and more silvers on the way.
Yes, the drone is transporting silver.
Takes about an hour.
Hour and a half round trip.
Hour and a half. Oh yeah, but it was taking a little bit extra time, so probably about an hour 45 because it's
Yeah.
heavy.
Yeah, exactly. About an hour and 45. It's a round trip, but it's bringing in a lot at a time.
It has two large, small cargo containers.
Yeah, small grid, large
Small
cargo
grid.
containers, and it fills them with both ore and ingots.
Yep.
Ooh, so that's
Although-
nice.
It's processing fast enough. It's mostly just filled with ingots. So
It is. It leaves the ore behind mostly. Now, advanced freighter.
freaking prepare for boarding. Go
Turn
away.
you off. We'll set the braking torque to be that. No, not that.
1 second.
Copy.
I'm gonna go down into the reactor hold and see what's up.
We've turned off the drill that you had, the weld that you had set up on the new reactor as well, because we needed some of the components and stuff. So
That's fine.
we turned it off so that it wouldn't keep stealing shit.
So what do we have left? Pretty much reactor components.
Yeah.
Then after that, we'll be just setting up the final reactor.
Yeah, so you'll need to grab some gravel.
Okay, so that's 0.01 meters a second. Do the mathy thing.
All right, that one's done. We had just enough reactor components.
Excellent.
Oh, nice.
Now we actually do an inventory of reactor components because we need another 2,000 made. Because I need to disconnect the other reactor, other set of reactors to plumb in the other to set up the sixth and final reactor.
Ah,
It's a lot of reactors.
are you sure you're not overreacting?
Never. let's see. We're currently cranking out 1.7 gigawatts.
Gigawatts of power, yep.
Yeah. Just reactors. Yep, that one's on. So with the final reactor in place, we would have a total of 2 gigawatts of large reactor power.
Sweet. That should keep us going for a bit.
Yeah, not 2 gigawatts. I think that will also be counting the secondaries.
Yes. Give me drills.
And this is not counting the battery room.
No. No, not counting the battery room. We need to turn that on. Yep, stiffen you up. Excellent.
Oh, we're almost at full storage in the battery room. That has a max capacity of half a gigawatt hour, or 502 megawatt hours. Max
Nice.
storage and installed output can peak at 1.8 gigawatts. So basically, once all is said and done here, is reactors are shield power, and the batteries are for when the shield's recharging.
Yep. Okay, well, the mine is now operational. Now I need to finish the refineries, I guess.
Now that I'm home, sit down and kind of relaxing. Black Cat showed up. Was like, "Hi, I want attention now."
Ah, yes. You're home. Give me attention.
Yep, she has done her hats of, "Hi, I want pets."
She'll be back in half an hour.
Oh,
Or sooner.
just have to pet her for like a hot minute.
Yeah.
Play with your song.
Ah, okay. That's I nearly forgot I did that. Let me just fix this up. Clear drills. We want a whitelist. Ores. We're whitelisted ores and we're draining ore. That should force everything into the refinery and out of the drills. Yes. Wow, I've got 6k of gold ore already, and the drill heads are barely even shaving the surface of the gold. So I better hurry up and get these refineries up and running, huh?
Potentially.
Well, to give you an idea, Mad, the silver mine, there's like 2 million ore to be being processed over there. There's also like 5 million iron to be processed over there too, because it sits right on the edge of an iron deposit. So the drills tend to catch some of the iron, well, a lot of the iron.
Right, gravel's the main issue.
Yes, it is.
Just going to turn you off for the moment. It is, but that's why I rewired the network over there so that if you process stone to produce gravel, the gravel doesn't get processed by the refineries again. It goes up into storage that is only accessible by the assemblers, well, at least most of the assemblers. The refineries and the assemblers that are actually part of the original core ship are outside of that arrangement, so they still will grab it and process and blah blah blah, but the other 4 assemblers and the other 6 refineries are on a new network now that stops the refineries from processing the gravel.
Okay. Right, let's remember all the controls.
Yeah, remembering all the controls.
Let's see.
Okay, so now let's... Uh-oh. Oh, I've got to prepare for boarding. Come on past me. Damn you.
Yeah. Prepare for boarding is annoying.
It's actually out in the open too, which means that it's going to... If it sends a drone, the drone's got a direct line of sight to me.
Oh dear.
Well, I've got Gatlings.
Yep.
Something just bounced off the shield.
There's the Epsilon drone.
We have a salvage station not too far away. 11.6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what was in that? Right.
Rex
I'll be
is
back in
now
a bit.
playing Wallpaper Engine. Okay. No worries. Then.
I go zoom.
Okay.
Zoom, zoom.
Right, I forgot. I didn't even continually thrusting.
Why are these
Oh
guns
no,
not...
I'm being raided.
Oh dear, you're being raided.
Yeah, but well, Chevy.
A Chevy in the wild. Oh dear.
I know, so dangerous.
He was playing Minecraft, I thought.
What is that asteroid there?
Death.
And destruction.
Where we go
Just a
poke and
mild
find
case.
out. Chevy is very tired. I was Minecraft Chevy.
Well, I think they played a lot of Stellaris yesterday and went pretty late, if I remember correctly. I did poke my head in there a couple of times and they were still playing. Panda went to bed and they were still playing.
Well, I was
Well, yeah, I know.
Right, best way to figure out what's in the center of the asteroid. Yeah, drill.
Well, the Epsilon drone didn't last long.
They usually don't.
Right, how much gold do I have? Oh, 53k of gold ore so far.
Woo.
Nice.
Whoop, 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 whoop. That's pushing way too fast. Why is that pushing so bloody fast?
Is this just a bare asteroid? That can't be a bare asteroid. Oh, I found a center.
Right, I was pushing way too hard into the gold. Like way too fast. That's right.
Yeah, like it did it.
Build vision is being a... I mean, the build planner is being a real pain. It's not pulling stuff properly.
Well, what do you expect of a King product?
Oh, well, you got a point.
It shouldn't be so salty, but he's gonna be salty.
I actually have to try and pull it twice before it actually pulls it.
Yeah, I've been
They've
encountering some of
changed
that.
something. No, they've obviously changed something. It's like it's not registering the... I mean, it acts like it's registered the first time, but then it acts like it doesn't... I don't know.
King product?
Yeah, you said that. I agreed.
Sorry. Not sorry.
Sorry, not sorry. Why is it still pulling so many steel plates? I've already got all the steel plates I need. Fine.
Oh, you're not pulling through a subgrid, are you?
No.
Sub-habit.
No. I'm pulling directly off the cargo container that actually has the stuff in it. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll speed up the rotor and slow down the piston.
That sounds like a dangerous combination.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
What could go wrong?
Clang.
Well, clang always happens. Okay, so give me the rotor and we will speed you up. To that. And then we'll take you.
Oh, there we go. Lighting's fixed.
And do that.
I shall get there eventually.
Why on earth is it trying to pull steel plates? Shouldn't be. Thank you. Well, I guess I can turn... Where is the control for that? Oh, fuck, I don't know. Okay, we'll do it this way then. Sorters, that one, and we have both of you on. Which should now give us a refinery that should have just fired up. Hey, look at that, it did. Oh, okay, that's what I need. We need to actually also take our sorters, these ones and these ones, and hit that. Bingo! Now, why is the bottom sorter ingot to storage white listing ingots? Why is it not pulling the ingots? Huh? Because I betcha there's not a conveyor port there, I betcha. What did I tell ya? Okay, so we'll do it this way.
Ooh, Skippy.
I see that the drone docking facility has expanded.
Oh yeah. And there is a new drone there that's been manufactured, but it still needs to be programmed. So I've got a drone printer there for printing off drones. And I've also got parking for Skink for my ship at the end. I needed somewhere to park the damn thing.
Okay. I'm
Yep.
slow coming to dock. Oh, have you guys what's up? How have any update on how Zaraki's doing?
He's getting there slowly.
Mm-hmm.
He's been going through some pretty intense and some pretty full-on shit.
Yeah.
We were he was actually speaking earlier. We were talking to him earlier, and he's Slow and steady.
Yeah, he said he was going to be right back.
Yeah,
He's taking care of stuff.
that's right.
That's the important bit.
Yes.
As long as he's alive, functioning mostly.
Yeah, and we think we've solved his little issue with his computer.
What was
It's
going
gonna-
on?
Graphics card. I'm just going to give him my old graphics card.
Oh, that's nice of you.
It's, as I've described, it's a band-aid.
Oh. Sort
You had
It's-
a 1070, right?
No, 980. It 4 gigs, 980. I was running Space Engineers fine before on it. It's what I had up until like a month ago. So,
What is he running right now? Like a what video card is he? Do you remember what video card he's running?
I think you've got the specs there somewhere, haven't you, Luna?
I'm looking at it. It was a 2 gig. A 960.
Oh,
gig.
oh.
Yeah. So, and it's only a 2 gig card too. So, just from that alone, it's an improvement.
Mm-hmm. I used to have a 960, but then I upgraded to the 980.
Yeah,
I had
had.
a 560. I went from a
Yeah.
560 to two 1070s.
Mhm. But that's the thing is, I'm really surprised how quickly the 960 aged out.
I'm running a 1650 Ti in my system at the moment, which is not bad.
Nice.
It's not a bad card.
No. No.
What if W8s are old as stone already?
We probably did.
Yes. Yes, you probably did. Bingo. Now it should be starting to pull.
I brought back a full prospector.
Mm-hmm.
Come here.
Yep. That was fast.
Alright, we'll let that process away. And I'll be able to speed that up soon. It's going to be a bit slower now, so that's a good thing. We'll get the other refinery going in a base form, and then we'll start speeding them up. It takes a lot of ore to produce a very little ingots when it comes to gold.
Mm-hmm.
Keep going there, thank you.
And that just evaporated. Wow.
What do you need more
Oh,
gravel
back.
for?
Reactor components.
I thought you'd finished the reactor.
I got one more I want to build.
Ah,
I finished reactor number 5. I want to do number 6 because I like even numbers.
ah.
And we also have the space down there for 6.
Well, yeah.
And then I can continue, finish, I can finish putting up the reactor rooms, since it is multiple now.
Well, reactor and energy storage.
Well, the large reactors are in a total of 3 separate rooms. 2 of them have their own separate rooms, while you have the 4 in the main room. And you got the 12 small reactors in their own dedicated room. Then you have the energy bank.
Exactly.
Which I hope we do not need to expand it anytime soon.
I-
because that is it.
Don't think we will need to, honestly.
Because the only other battery grid I could think of that rivals the size of that is the one that we have on the LP server.
Yeah, exactly.
And that one goes pink and hums.
And hums loudly, like everything.
Oh, wow. double-decker beds.
Yeah, I switched it up.
Yeah, it probably a good idea. That way you can have kind of like 2 common areas.
Mm.
Yep.
I mean, you can have this like like
There we go.
basic utility storage, laboratory equipment, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then in here you can have like the actual common area.
Yeah.
Just an idea.
Hmm.
Sorry.
Huh? Yeah, I can actually move.
Oh, I know what you should do for this area.
Hmm.
Have like suit racks and weapon racks or utility racks.
Oh yeah. I'm not going to do too many of those because they are a lot of resources. Too
Fair
many
enough.
of these storage shelves. Because one of them is battery cells, which gets expensive very quickly. And the other one is thruster components and gravity components. So, ugh.
Oh, they go back.
Mhm.
Don't mind me.
I know, it's really fun.
What are you stuck
And then
on?
you have the main cockpit here.
Yep.
Got secondaries.
Yep, that's the co-pilot.
I
Okay.
broke it.
Yeah, the co-pilot's a little broken. I haven't fixed it yet. There was some issues with the pilot, and I got it fixed. I just haven't fixed the co-pilot yet. Oh, yeah, the co-pilot doesn't have a lock on it. That's what happened. The pilot has a lock, so if you hit the timer block too early, the timer block's actually turned off. So you can't break it. I haven't done that to the co-pilot yet. So
what's the third seat here? Just for...
that's the emergency. These other seats are wacky and are not working properly.
That's the space engineer seat. Got it.
Yeah, that's the Space Engineers has screwed up quick to the actual seat that works.
Gotta have at least one of those on the ship.
Yep.
Are you gonna set up so that the medbay has its own separate containment?
Hmm?
You gonna set up so the medbay can seal off it separately from the rest? Just for...
Nah. I have it opened up just so I only have one air vent for the central area, so I don't have to worry about having too many air vents, because they are 300 kilowatts. They are not cheap to run.
Okay. All right, and this thing doesn't exactly have a huge amount of power.
100 kilowatts, they've changed it. It used to be 300.
Oh.
And that's still a lot of power. I'm not quite sure how they managed to make ion engines super efficient, but then air vents really inefficient.
Well, what you think about it is like, okay, all it really is a bunch of fans.
Yeah.
Or it might
Okay.
be a pumping equipment, but you could even then, if like let's say you're using like a compressor. Okay, I don't know how they would design it, but I would figure that they would have oxygen bottles kind of set aside and they'd be running a compressor to compress it. But you don't need a 100 kilowatt motor for that.
No.
What, you
And
don't?
even then, it just needs to put out air, which means it can literally
Oh,
operate
bother.
off of watts, and just have a very slow fan. Have it be 100 kilowatts to start to fill an area, and then it drops down to like 100 watts afterwards to just maintain.
Well, even then, okay, once you think about it, you might need a kilowatt to run. Okay, with the air compressors I know, they have a 4 or 5 horsepower compressor running on the top, 4 to 5 horsepower compressor.
Mhm.
And this is for filling something at about approximately, you know, operate about roughly 4 to 6 cubic feet per minute at about 90 psi.
Yep.
and they pressurize up to
Oops.
150 psi. So I would like to think that with the aid of filling a vacuum and keeping it at roughly 0.70 bar to 1 bar, they could, I don't know, maybe use less than 100 kilowatts, because that's a lot of power.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, 50 kilowatts I would understand, but 100? I'm just trying to figure out how a air system like that would work.
Well, as Keen has answered, very inefficiently.
Then they get something like a ion engine, which is almost effectively a which doesn't require any reaction mass.
No, yeah. And technically, these ion engines have way more force behind them than actual ion engines.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they have way more force than the liquid fuel rocket boosters we have
True.
in game. We'll just ignore the fact that one of the most, especially with the current technology, one of the most effective ways of propelling a ship with massive amounts of force is, quite frankly,
Brute
a
force it.
chemical. What?
Brute force it. Chemical
Mhm.
reaction.
Chemical reaction. I mean, you don't start getting up to the interesting stuff like a fusion-based reaction drive until you start getting reliable fusion engines.
Mm-hmm.
And this game, we're still operating off of fission.
Well, if you think about it, though, the uranium reactors are kind of magical. Not quite, but they kind of are.
Guns shooting.
It's fine.
Nothing to worry about.
Yeah, they are, and
Salvage station, I think, is starting to send stuff our way.
yeah, they actually are magical because they have no form of power generation beyond the fact that they actually generate a crap ton of heat, aka energy.
Mm-hmm.
That could be what the reactor components are translating into straight up power, but
Conversion, yeah, an efficient conversion of heat directly into electrical power.
yeah. But the thing is that it actually consumes the uranium,
That's right.
which entails like a combustion of uranium.
Which means that we currently have a controlled nuclear explosion going on in the reactor room.
Exactly.
Yes.
Controlled continuous nuclear explosion.
Yes.
Mhm. So
Which,
essentially a form, a very fission-based form of primitive fusion.
now that being said, which would explain why, quite frankly, the 300 megawatt reactors we have downstairs are really, really compact.
Mm-hmm.
And
Funk.
once you actually look at it, the actual reacting bits actually of a nuclear reactor is relatively compact. It's the environmental shielding bit.
It is, and it's the cooling system.
Yes, those are the big clunky things.
Yes. But
Oh,
I
and
mean,
also-
you stop and think about it though. Nuclear reactors are using the heat generated from nuclear fission to actually just drive steam turbines.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we know how steam turbines work.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a
So
big
if they were able
spinning
to-
wheel that's getting blown by hot gas.
Yep.
There's, while less efficient, there are actually better ways to do it.
Oh yeah, there are.
But like I said, they're less efficient, but less wasteful and large.
Mm-hmm.
Like the idea that I have for a nuclear battery, I still want to do that mod.
Yeah.
Basically, it's a basically I'm tired in creative of having when you do the survival and then you just turn it on to creative so that way you make sure your ships actually work. in the game and not have to worry about it being non-functional.
Yeah.
I'm tired of having to constantly recharge stuff and make sure that it has enough uranium and power. I just like to slap a little battery on it that keeps charging stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Which, funny enough, would actually work in survival with a small nuclear battery. It puts out very little power, but it would put it out for the equivalent of about a year.
Yeah. Constant trickle charge.
Oh, basically the Voyager nuclear battery.
Yep. And you would put in uranium, but when you ground it down, you would get uranium ore.
Yeah.
So
The byproduct.
it's a set, and hopefully you put it in the right spot. Mostly because my idea is it's for small ships and large grids.
Well,
So-
it's the jumpstart.
Pretty much.
That's basically all it would be. It would be jumpstart and trickle charge. Because it would not be able to run much of anything except to start something.
Yeah.
Does the carry? Well, okay, now I need
It
to
would
look
it would
up.
make conveyor networks work so that you could actually then fire up other systems.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, I'm looking at the Curiosity rover because I remember that having a nuclear battery as well.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's what I was looking at, and it would be expensive. It would be a lot of uranium. I actually sat down and did the calculations of how much uranium for how much power. I looked it up actually, calculated how many watts you get per ounce of uranium. No, what was it? Grams. How many watts you get per gram, and calculated it into Space Engineers and figured it out, and even included the volume. So
So what you're thinking about doing is what is known as a radioisotope thermoelectric generator.
yes, and it would use the way that I want that it's going to be built is it's going to use the tiny one, the teeny tiny one, the 1x1 small grid one would be a little bit of uranium and what are the wires? All of a sudden I forget what they are. The coils of wire that takes gold.
Superconductors.
Yeah.
Superconductors. Yeah, superconductors. But if you want to build the big ones, which actually produce more power, it takes even more superconductors because you're generating more power and more heat. So it also takes more steel plates because you need to offset that heat. And at the same time, it's also going to start taking gravity components, and I'm debating whether or not to include thruster components,
Okay.
just to make it difficult. And Space Engineer ish, where some parts don't really make sense, but close enough that it works. It's like, that doesn't really make... it's Space Engineers.
Okay, that's cool. Sorry, I'm currently going down the Wikipedia rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm.
Because you get me started, okay, Curiosity rover, look about its power generation, which is a radioisotope thermonuclear generator, which is effectively a nuclear battery.
Yep.
Because it is generating power off of the thermoelectric effect, or the Seebeck effect,
Mhm.
via thermocouples.
Yes.
Yep.
So it is the closest we've got to just converting sheer heat into electrical energy
Yeah.
without going through the stages of actually using that heat through a mechanical method to actually generate the power, like steam turbines.
Now, I do believe that it doesn't. It works best when you have more extremes in heat.
Yes.
Mhm.
Like I don't know, out in the cold vacuum of space.
Yes.
That's the problem, though, is we think cold vacuum of space. you actually have to get rid of that heat. Heat buildup is a major issue in space. It's very glossed over here in Space Engineers.
It is,
Sweet,
and
glossed
people
over
people
in
don't
most,
realize it.
spa-
Yeah, people don't
no
realize it. The
sci-fi.
only way to dissipate heat is to dissipate it through some medium, and in space there is not enough medium to dissipate heat
Which
because
is why
because of the
International Space
vacuum
Station
nature
has-
of it. Yeah,
Yeah, that's why the International Space Station has massive
yeah,
radiator panels.
exactly.
To, quite frankly, radiate the heat. That's how they get rid of the heat is through radiation.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing is the bigger batteries. The small battery is safe. Your suit can compensate for the radiation that it puts out. But the larger batteries use gravity components to stabilize and maintain the radiation component within it,
Yeah,
and more steel plates for radiators.
Because heat.
Yes, which
Because
is
heat.
important.
Actually, it'd be really interesting. You could set up so if you use certain mods, because if you could, there is in theory a potential where you could have a runaway event because
Mhm.
yeah,
with that type of battery, you would need to have some form of control mechanism so that you have a controlled heat.
exactly.
Yes. Yep.
So it'd be really interesting to see what would happen is if, let's say, the control device got damaged or destroyed, and so
Mhm.
then you would have a runaway heat. Effectively, it would
Meltdown,
be super
yeah.
critical.
Yeah.
You know, just irradiate the ship and melt the neat little hole through it.
Yep. Well, the other thing too is because of the calculations that I put into it as well is uranium is really, really, really heavy.
Mm.
So that's the other problem with the batteries. You probably want to put only the tiny 1x1 nuclear battery on a small ship. Because if you do the larger battery, you're probably not taking off without a lot of oomph. And
Or
even then,
you're
it's
just
not putting
hurling
out
it
the
at
power
someone.
for that oomph.
Or you're hurling it at someone.
Yeah.
Because I love your idea because when you mentioned, oh yes, the weight, that's great because that means you can now hurl said thing at someone
Yeah.
because it's gonna be it's gonna have
You
a
can
very
do that with
A
anything
lot
anyway.
of a lot of kinetic energy. Yeah.
Yep.
well,
You
yeah,
can do
you're
that
gonna
with
have a lot of mess.
Yes.
Yeah,
a
you
lot
can
of
do that with
mass.
anything now with space engineers because of the
Well,
way it's done. But
it-
yeah.
Yeah, well, yes, and one reason why I kind of keep going back to space engineers, even though I'm trying other things, is that some of the things they've done right, and I
Mhm.
think the kind of the effects of the kinetic impact has some weight to it.
Yep.
Granted, it can be janky as all heck, and sometimes you just survive, and other times, what should outright destroy your ship just guts the inside of it,
Yep.
like Bug's ship. That was weird. That
Yeah.
thing went super critical and just left a
Melted
bunch
everything
Yeah,
except the hull.
yeah, I know. It takes out everything. It even destroys the jump drive, and it just leaves the hull on his minor. I'm thinking, it's like, with that big of a jump drive, it should have just been gone.
Yep.
Maybe debris field that trash cleanup would have gone through.
Now I need some more steel plate.
I find science fiction interesting.
Oh hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
In the S foils, on the X-wing are not radiators.
No.
Yeah, you've seen Sacred Cow Shipyards, I take
I
it.
love it. yes.
Oh, yeah. And yeah, I
uh,
agree. Star Wars needs to just stay magical, because
Please stay magical. I want it to be magical because it's better when it's magical.
Yes.
yeah, it's faux science. It's just it's
It's-
wizards in space.
It
It's
is.
science fantasy.
It is. It
science
is.
fantasy.
You're exactly right. It's wizards in space. It's
Uh-huh.
If I
The-
want science fiction, I'm gonna go watch Babylon 5, Star Trek,
yes.
The Expanse.
Stuff
I
that
want stuff
prides
like
itself
that.
on being more sciencey, as opposed to,
here-
oh, I can
even
move things with my
pseudoscience.
mind. Yeah.
Even then, like Star Trek is still a little science fantasy. It was still a vehicle. They were more based in science fact, but a lot of their stuff is still, it just works.
Mhm.
Ta-da.
Magic.
Well, okay. There has to be some.
Some level of suspension of disbelief. No, yeah.
Yeah, and that for almost any science fiction to work.
Mhm.
And for Star Trek, it's a little bit more. And to try and classify Star Wars as science fiction is wrong. That is downright science fantasy.
It is
It's Star
Absolutely.
fantasy, actually.
Mhm.
space
I'm saying
fantasy.
there's-
It's space
Yeah, I
fantasy.
love it.
Yeah.
I mean, I love Star Wars. Oh hey, look, it's a skink.
It
And
is.
I love the whole universe. I love the idea behind it. I love the fact that you have you're having dogfight, World War II era, aerial combat in space, you got banking, turning, all that jazz. That's what I like about it. But I don't need you to try and explain away why they have S-foils. It could just be simply because they look cool.
Yeah.
Mhm. It could be. They just do.
Or it could be, oh yes, they are stabilizers due to space magic. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah. Exactly. Because in
That's
this
crazy.
universe, there is a special sort of salvage state. Okay. In this universe, there is a special sort of dark matter in space that requires airfoils to work.
Yeah.
Or,
Well, like I saw
or-
someone say that in Star Wars, space actually isn't a vacuum.
Well, I mean, how many times do they get ejected into space without any, fully encompassing suits, and how long do they survive? That in reality is impossible. But
Well, let's
it's space fantasy, whichever way you look at it.
Yeah, in Empire Strikes Back, they last several minutes outside the ship with just respirators
Yes.
inside the asteroid world.
Asteroid, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's supposed to imply that the asteroid's big enough to have a gravity well, so it has something resembling an atmosphere, but that's still pushing it.
You need at least, I think the lowest a human can go without things boiling is about 0.4 of a bar.
Something like that. Yep. Before things start really, not working out very well for the human.
And yes, I'm going to use the metric measurement because it's a whole lot easier to kind of define that, especially
It
when
is.
you're talking about vacuum.
Yes.
Oh yeah. And I'm sure some people will say, well, if you notice the Millennium Falcon's putting off a bunch of, if I remember the scene properly, it's putting off a bunch of steam, which is it just projecting an atmosphere around the ship?
No.
No.
Okay, there's this thing called the vacuum of space, or a vacuum. And
Yep.
the thing is whenever you have something going into a vacuum, you
It
due
tries to fill that vacuum, all of it,
all of it at once.
at
equally.
once, equally, exactly.
So it's like, yes, that is condensed right there, but it's not going to be condensed very long.
Mm-hmm.
No. Well, the fact
Not
that
not unless
rotor
you've got an
movement says
incredibly
years, so-
strong gravitational field to hold it in place.
Yeah, and now to be fair though, the Millennium Falcon does have artificial gravity.
Grav plating, yeah.
So in theory, if you want to expend a huge amount of energy, now that being said, there's a crap ton of energy in the star, in even let's just say
Well,
a ship the size of the
yeah.
Millennium Falcon size.
They're dealing with incredibly high energy sources, yeah.
I mean, if the okay, one reason why I love Solo, besides the fact that it's just a fun heist movie,
Oh, it is.
is that they kind of go a little bit into depth of the basics of the fuel for the ships
True, yeah.
in a way that makes sense.
Yeah, that's within law, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, okay, that explains why you don't need a really big engineering space to jump a 1,000-ton freighter to the speed of light to break the light speed barrier, so it can go into hyperspace. That makes sense.
That makes sense, yep.
You're looking at something where a milligram is a highly explosive. They're effectively dealing with antimatter or hypermatter. is
Well,
what it's
it
called.
is, yeah. It's basically it's fulfilling the same role.
But that makes sense.
Mhm.
It makes sense why they don't need to have most of their ship size resort to fuel.
Mm-hmm.
And why they don't have to have monstrous big fuel tanks.
Yeah, and why you don't need to refuel the ships all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But it also makes sense that something like that would be incredibly expensive per gram because you don't need several tons of it.
Exactly.
Unless you're the Empire.
But okay, several tons of it is enough fuel for a fleet for a decade, though.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you are making things that constantly get exploded because people don't like you, that you would also need it because of that.
The minor detail.
Well, there is that as well. Yes.
Well, even then, once you think about how much one of those vials costs and how little they would inject of raw substance they inject into the Millennium Falcon's core to make it go insanely quick for a short bit of time. Yeah, no, and that's the raw stuff. Now imagine the refined. So yeah, scoring the load the size of that the Millennium Falcon was carrying would be a huge win for the Rebels.
Oh, hell yeah.
Mhm.
But that was a description that made sense.
It was.
Mhm.
That actually made things fit better. Is it me, or when you don't have like big people trying to add on to the series, it just makes the universe better?
Pretty much. It's not just you.
Because I love the Star Wars universe. I don't think I'll ever stop loving it, but it's just there are times where I question the design decision and trying to retcon something, trying to make the Star Wars, trying to make the universe something that it's not.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like I said, if I want science fiction, I have other shows that will do quite nicely.
Yep.
And I will say this. I've always kind of admired Babylon 5 for how early it was in the 90s and how Newtonian the physics are.
Yes.
Yep.
They did try and go very much into scientifically explainable methods.
Which is one reason why you get the Star Ferry with engines in every single which way you need to go.
Yes.
Yeah, but not
Because-
sticking out at a ridiculous distance from
Yeah.
the core.
I mean, they're magic engines because they're tiny little RCS engines that you know have got this incredible power behind them. That sort of space magic I can understand because it's far distant future, improved improved efficiency in thruster technologies and stuff like that. So that makes sense.
Fuel storage.
And fuel sources and all sorts of shit. Yeah.
Well, it could even be that, if you think about it, it could be that just like how Tolkien made up his own history of England because he wanted his own history for it,
Mm-hmm.
it could be that the makers of The Expanse wanted a prequel to Babylon 5
Yeah.
because they have that high speed, that super fuel efficient engine.
Yeah.
The Epstein drive.
Epstein drive. Yeah.
Epstein, yeah.
Which the physics-wise is a current physics theory. The Epstein drive. That's what
Mhm.
NASA is messing with.
Oh yeah.
Is actually
Oh.
the Epstein drive. You know, it is a legitimate physics theory and theoretical paper.
Yeah. I love that our reaction is, we discovered this physics that makes this engine not work. Dang it. How can we go around that?
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, once you look at a lot of the, like, some of the technological marvels, it never really is the breaking the laws of nature, breaking the laws of physics. It's always finding ways around it and making it work for you.
Exactly.
Mhm.
For example, the realistic expectation of a FTL drive may very well be a warp drive, where it warps the space in front of you to make the distance shorter.
Yes, and expands the space behind you.
Yeah.
Basically,
which
it's folding space. Well, it's not folding space time. It is compressing and expanding space time.
Well, it's warping the space-time continuum.
Exactly. No, they just don't like it if you use the term warp, because they're not warping space time. They are compressing it in front and expanding it behind. I know, it's weird, but physicists are weird like that.
So it's a compression drive.
Yeah, in essence, yeah. You could use any term you like for it, really. It's just current
Well,
output.
people are probably going to start coining the term warp drive for it anyway. Because
They're going to, because it's too reminiscent of, like, Star Trek, really. And it's already been coined, it's already getting coined as a warp drive.
Yeah. Now, there's also another... that's one of the realistic options. I think there's another one out there where it involves tunneling. And I'll be right back. I just got paged by the panda.
Yep.
Oh,
okay.
yep.
Be right back.
Yep.
Okay. All right, the terminus is complete.
Sweet.
She needs a little something.
Okay, I'm going to do that. No, little one. Damn it, I already got one of them on the build planner. Go away. Let's do that again. Well, this mine is up and operational.
It is a fully armed and
Operational gold mine.
mine.
Yep. I'm just putting a little cargo container on top of the refinery just to store the extra uranium I've got here, just so that it will not run out, which it won't. And by putting the little storage container on top of the uranium, it can't get sucked out by the drones either, because the sorters between where the reactor is and where the drone in the main storage is, well, it's locked out by sorters that only allow ore through, actually, from where they are, because they're to clear the drills. I've got the sorter to clear the drills on the opposite side of a conveyor junction that I've actually got the reactor on.
Oh, smart. Smart.
I then just went back to base there and stole 500 uranium ingots. I mean, it's not all for here. I do need to put some of it in. Yeah. I'll do that.
I want my compound blocks.
Alright. So. And so far we have processed 1k of gold ingots.
Nice.
And we have only drilled, what, 2 meters? 2.6 meters. I mean, I probably should have put more than one piston on this, but I'll deal with that when the time comes. Can always just grind it all off, add an extra couple of pistons and weld it back up again. It's no dramas. It's what Skink is all about.
Oh, yeah.
I've got the GPS markers in place for the drone docking, which means I think I am, let me just change that over. I think I'm almost in a position to... Well, I am in a position to come back and set up the drone.
Ah.
What are we looking at? Those ones. Seriously, it told me that you withdrew everything. Obviously. Obviously it didn't. Energy low, yeah, I know. Just going to put a light on here so I can illuminate the drone when it comes in. So interior light, there we go, and we will make you radius big. Drop the intensity, drop the fall off. Excellent. Yep. We'll just turn that off. Alright, so it illuminates reasonably well. Damn. Alright, the drone is only 125 kilometers from base.
Nice.
So it's just over halfway. Okay, so let's just fix up the naming. Don't need an entry in this case. Okay. I think I'm actually in a position to actually set that new drone up now.
Stupid prepare for boarding. Go away.
How rude. At the moment, I'm actually processing the ore faster than it's being drilled.
Oh, nice.
I think that's because I'm actually running the... Maybe I'm running the piston a little slow. Maybe I could speed that up a little bit. Let's do some mathy and get this synced right. I'm obviously not syncing something right. Alright, let's have a look at what we're doing on our rotor. Oi. That's more like it. Okay, so I can... Let's just push you to that. Meters per second. .600 seconds for one rotation. It's 10 minutes. And 004, I'm running half speed, so that's alright. So it'll actually do 2 rotations. Okay, that's a good. I think this would be a good cleanup. 2 full rotations of the drill head for every 1 block's depth that it will actually go, which is twice as fast as what it was doing.
Oh, nice.
I think that should work. I mean, I could get away with if I timed it right. Let me just close that. If I timed it right, I do actually know what settings I can put in so that it, for every 1 rotation of the drill head, it will proceed 1 block deep. Or 2.5 meters, but I've decided to make it so it only goes 1.25 meters for every one rotation of the drill head. So that's because of the nature of the drill head. It's a staggered drill head.
Mm-hmm.
This way, it does a hard cut followed by a fine. Yeah, I can't say hard cut followed by a fine cut. It's more. It does a half block cut and then it trims that up on the second rotation, basically. Yes, you can, and the dip is in the fridge. I mean, it's already a third of the way through the drill depth anyway, so I'm going to definitely have to put more drill heads on this, but I can do some janky shit like putting landing gear on the drill head and then detaching it off the rotor and then replacing the rotor, taking the rotor and putting some extra drills on it, putting the rotor back on minus the drill head, and then lower it down and then reconnect. But yeah, problem with that is it can actually sometimes cause it all to self-implode, and that's not fun.
No.
So since it's only 4 drills and 2 conveyors and an advanced rotor, I might as well just grind them and then just add the piston and then just rebuild them. It's probably going to be the easiest way.
Yeah, probably.
And the beauty of it is I can actually do that for every length I need. And, I mean, after the first one, I'll be able to add 2 additional pistons, I think, into this once it gets to its full extent. And then once it pushes those down, I can add something like 6 additional pistons to push further. So it's a log scale. It actually, for every piston that goes down, I can actually add like 2 pistons. So for every 2 pistons, I can then add 6. For that 6, I can then probably add 12 or 15 or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is. But for the moment, it's good. It's only a small amount of the stone that is getting, the gravel is getting reprocessed because the 2 refineries are butt up against one another. It can't pull gravel out of the storage container into the system, but if the first refinery processes stone, the second refinery will steal the gravel from that and process that.
Oh, okay.
If it does so before the other sorter sucks it out of the first one and pushes it back into storage. So as a result of which we've got 70 gravel, 70.1 gravel, 70.2 gravel. So it's actually, it's only a very small portion of the gravel that is getting processed because it's not actually processing a lot of stone.
I died by running into nothing.
Oh. Well, that doesn't sound healthy.
I was flying under my ship. I think it thought that I flew into my ship at full speed.
Oh dear, I have a red drone coming in. I've never seen a red drone before.
Oh my god, I forgot it turns off your dampers. Good lord.
Yes, let me just quickly jump in here and rotate so that I can face my guns to the red drone. I'm thinking that my guns may have taken care of the red drone already, since I see no red drone no more.
Probably.
Well, there's nothing called red drone in the list, so. However, time to head back to... That's not what I wanted. Time to head back to base. Give me my jump drive. Thank you. also need to set up the docking port. So there should be plenty. Okay, so it's base dock and base dock approach. Okay. Um, okay, I think that should work.
Hey, there we go. She's all lit up.
Awesome. Okay, so now I need to reprogram this drone.
And I'm back.
Welcome back.
I have finished my ship.
Awesome.
Mostly. I need to run it over with the welder with some grids in it because I found some
Unwelded stuff.
armor blocks that don't have grids in them,
Yeah.
which annoys me.
Mm-hmm.
What is the range on this welder?
Not very far.
The antenna.
Okay.
Oh, you're talking about the pocket welder?
Yeah, pocket welder.
I also, Zorak has been using it as of last, and I didn't move it.
Oh, it is set to maximum,
Okay.
and it's on.
Okay. Probably not a good
Yeah.
thing.
It's now off. That's probably why we've been getting so many enemies.
Well, it probably would be a good portion of it. Yeah.
It's probably why Prepare for Boarding keeps passing us by.
Yeah. Oh, cool. The other one. Transport V1.
Where are you, Mad?
Me?
Yeah, just out
Ah.
of curiosity.
I am currently sitting on the docking yard for
Uh,
smaller ships.
I need to go get more gravel.
Alrighty. The gold is collecting gravel as well.
A little bit.
All right.
Only a little bit though.
yeah.
And I just inadvertently hit a terminated stream screen, but it's alright. I've just fixed that back up. So sorry people watching my stream. There's a bound to a key that I just actually used. So there we go, we're back.
He's not actually ending his stream.
No, not yet. No, not yet.
What do you think of the ship so far here, Mad?
Oh, just left. From what I've seen, I like it.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't realize you'd left already.
Nah, you're fine.
Connect
It helps if I turn off stockpile.
to mine. The action on that is what? Disable to mine. Type of block one. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake, game. Can't use the scroll bars inside a... Ugh. Okay, that's annoying.
Yep, I've encountered a few issues while working on my thing here. Ooh, I'm getting a little drifty. As in, I will move someplace and then teleport an extra 2 feet to one side.
That's not ideal.
Nah, it's fine. I'll live. That mostly. There was just that one time.
Trigger now.
No, I don't want iron. I want stone. Never thought I'd be saying that.
Okay, so it's only just the remote control blocks that I need to actually update. Can I? I can, if I wanted to. Docking approach. Disabled to mine. Trigger 1.
Can I request a stone mine?
A stone mine. We might be able to do that. Trigger now. Yeah. Just make sure I got this right. Skeleton base. Alright, now.
Ah, you're over here.
Let's just use precision mode. Can leave collision avoidance turned on.
Ooh, you have a hinge on a piston.
Yes, I know.
Oh, wow, Keen. Good job.
It works.
No, not that. The back of the welder here.
Oh, yeah. How it floats. It's the have a look at the other end of the hinge, and there's
It's-
some really it's actually got geometry that's actually floating.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was just gonna point out. It's like it's not just that the conveyor is floating; it's that the entire back end is floating.
The geometry is screwed up. Yeah.
Uh huh.
Okay. Now,
Wow.
what we want to do is, pardon me. What we want it to do is, where's wait at base? We go wait at base, we'll turn wait at base off. We'll grab our thrusters and turn them on. Yes, energy is critical. Fine, I'll sit down then. How annoying.
I am not overshooting the asteroid. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, so let's try this. Can't access it.
Hi.
Hello.
I thought I saw something zip past.
That was intentional. Totally intentional.
I'm sure it was.
Now, if we find the to base remote control. Oh, hang on. Timer block, return to base, return to mine, connect to mine. Return to base, timer block. What does it do? It triggers. Okay, so if we trigger that, and cross our fingers, triggered.
Fingers are crossed.
Well, it actually just, I actually triggered the wrong one. It's going to the mine. I didn't think that was the one I triggered. I actually thought I triggered the return to base, but... Okay, here we go, jump drive. Now, stream, this is going to be probably incredibly boring because I'm going to be sort of keeping an eye on this drone. Okay. Okay, that's better. All right, that one. Wow, it's doing pretty good actually. It's already travelled 21 kilometres.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, well, remote control blocks do not take advantage of speed mods. They must have it hard coded that a remote control block has got a maximum speed of 100 meters a second, not as a percentage of whatever the game's ship speeds are set at. I reckon they should be a percentage. It should be 0 to 100%. So if you've got a 250 meter a second speed mod in, you set the drone to 100, it's 100% of that. So it'll do the full 250 meters a second, but it doesn't. It's only a maximum of 100 meters a second on a remote control block.
Okay.
But it's only 200 kilometers from this is 207 kilometers from the base, so it's already down to 179 to go. So yeah, I just got to go AFK a second, guys. I'll be back.
Okay. How's it going, Hunter?
Going good. I think I'm actually done, aside from the couple of ion thrusters, which until we get platinum in a good abundance, I think I'm just stuck with what I've got. But
Yeah, unfortunately.
it's looking good.
I am off to go get more stone.
Oh, fun.
And I am back.
Welcome back.
Oh, thank you.
Asteroid right there.
And you want a stone mine, huh?
Yes.
Well, what I'm thinking we might have to do... Well, actually, what you're after is a gravel mine, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, that I can do. That's not a drama. In fact, I will do that. It will, however, only have a single refinery, because that way I can let the stone go into the refinery, and I can, because the refinery can't pull gravel from its output back into its input. It's got to actually go through something, like out through a cargo container. If I use the same sort of setup that I've been using with sorters, I can pull the stone into the top and pull everything else at the bottom, and it can't cycle back in. So
You okay?
it'll be permanent.
Yes! This is a perfect opportunity to use the script you were thinking about, Kaladin, with the laser antennas, being able to send a program over antennas.
Well, it's not so much sending a program, it's sending a command to a timer
Command.
block. Yeah.
But what if we set it up so that way the gravel mine, the drone just goes over and parks the gravel mine, and then when we want gravel, we press a button and it comes over with a load of gravel. And
It
goes back to the
triggers,
gravel
yeah.
mine.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah. So we can send a command, it will then dock up, suck out whatever gravel is, and resources that are there, bring it over, drop it off, go back to the mine and sit and wait.
Yeah.
I like it. Definitely. We can do that.
So that way everything's all queued up for the gravel, so that way the refineries don't grab it first.
Yes.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right,
Yeah,
I will
well,
be-
the 6 refineries behind my new network, they won't be able to pull the gravel. It's only the 2 refineries that are actually out in the old ship. They're the only ones that will actually attempt to pull the gravel, because the drone network plugs into the main network, and they're sitting on the main network. I can't filter those. So what we can do potentially is turn refineries 1 and 2 off, and that way they won't attempt to pull.
and I will be right back.
Yeah. I mean, what I'm saying will work, but what I was just stopping and thinking about it, I'm thinking, why the hell have we still got the old legacy refineries and legacy assemblers? Why don't we actually dismantle the refineries and assemblers that are sitting out in the main base? Because we've got a dedicated refinery centre set up now. We don't really need those extra 2 refineries and extra 2 assemblers.
No.
So if we dismantle those, then that puts everything locked behind the new sorter network, which means that the refineries will never actually try and reprocess gravel. In theory.
Calvin, you're just making too much sense.
Don't you speak those dirty words to me. Making sense, really?
I just found uranium 9K out from the base.
Cool. But it's not like we actually need uranium.
Not at the moment. We have about 4K at the moment.
I think we got a little bit more than that. I don't know.
I'm not the base. I'm currently if I ever thought I'd be saying this in Space News, I'm currently trying to mine stone.
I know, it's really weird to actually have to say that, but guess what? We're running a mod that means that stone is not something that is a bullshit thing to have anymore. Stone is actually now a commodity that you actually have to manage, just like anything else. Well, actually, gravel is the one that you have to manage.
True. Oh, this is when the deep pockets are uranium too. Oh, of course there's iron. Oh, I made a slight mistake. Ah, there it is. Maybe.
How close do you have to be to a grid to be able to relative damp to it? Or auto damp to it?
I don't remember.
Okay, well, less than 50 metres seem to work. Okay. Now, which RC block is active? Oh, okay, so it triggered that. So it's actually going all the way over to the mine. Oh, I see what happened. It's going all the way over to the mine. It's actually just going to turn. At the moment, it's just going to turn around and come back.
Oh boy.
No, it's not actually. I'm going to turn off the autopilot. Off. And then if we turn this one on, actually let's just there's something else forgetting to change. One way, one way. One way. Okay, so mine dock. Forward is down, base dock. Just remove that. Alright, so it's now set over to going to the mine and actually docking up and grabbing resources and coming back. And this is actually an old blueprint too, so I don't have too many things I need to change which weren't set right. Like a couple of the remote control blocks were still set in patrol mode, not one-way only mode. And the docking up to the base was set to trying to do it in the forward direction, not in the downward direction, so it would never have been able to connect up. So this is an old blueprint. I have to take a new blueprint. Well, might as well take the new blueprint. No, I didn't want to take the new blueprint now. Oh, fine, I'll take the new blueprint now. Well, only 82 kilometres to go. Currently auto damped to it, so I'm tracking with it. I might get to the mine in time to not run out of energy, maybe. Okay, turn off that. Don't need to broadcast to everybody that I'm here. Huh, there's another asteroid down there. I wonder if there's anything on that. Oh, and another one. It's not often you see two asteroids this close by.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. Ooh.
which I know it's winter here and closer to summer on your end. It's spring basically for you,
Well, no, it's summer for us.
or summer.
Well. Yeah, it's hard to say spring or autumn here because it's either summer or winter. In Australia, it's either summer or winter, pretty much. There's really
not much in
doesn't
between.
seem to be a lot of difference in between. Yep.
I get it. Yeah, that happens all too often around here as well.
Okay, so iron. Oh, silver. Oh, I don't need silver. Platinum. Okay, that's a fair bit of platinum. I'll just make a GPS for that. Yes, that's actually... Well, actually, that's quite a lot of platinum. Almost enough to constitute a mine. Almost. A lot of silver here too, but... I mean... Egads a lot of silver here too. Yeah. But that's platinum. That's the base. Oh,
I think
yeah.
I'm gonna call it here for the stream.
Yeah, alright, man. Look, thanks for stopping in, dude.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. It was good to have you here this week.
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah. Down there.
We're at 1,000 reactor components. I just need to do a couple more trips of stone, and it's super exciting.
Absolutely. It's just so exciting. Can't wait. Can't wait. Oh, hang on. Was that was a bit over the top, wasn't it?
You're fine. Yeah. Just kind of just sit back, relax, and play a little bit of Homeworld.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those sit back, relax, and really don't have to think much about type games.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is fully understandable. I like playing games like that too occasionally. Just the mind-numbing games where you can play them. Well, you can play them without having to invest too much energy into them.
Just so you guys know, we're running out of refinery.
We're running out of what?
Never mind. Didn't ignore me. We have over a K of it in cargo containers.
Ah,
Not cargo, in the assemblers.
yeah.
Huh?
What, uranium?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah. For some reason, the assemblers are only supposed to pull like 2 uranium per assembler, but for some reason, it's just sucking all. It's trying to pull 2K like all the other resources. So if you can't find them in a if you can't find them in a cargo container, look into the assemblers. That's where they'll be.
Catch you guys later.
Have a good one, man. And the piston is nearing maximum extension. 3.2k of gold ingots so far.
Nice.
Alright, so how far away is the drone now? .27 kilometers. No, 26 kilometers.
Okay, there we go.
And we are back to being relative damped to the drone. Excellent. And we've got 16 kilometers to go. I think I've got it down pat on how to actually catch the drones. I use Spectator to actually lock onto the drone, and then I instantly hit teleport here, and then drop out of the Spectator, out of the admin, because I use admin to find it. I then use teleport here, then jump straight out of that, which puts me into Spectator mode, which then I jump straight back into my character, and then I just accelerate to a little over 100 meters a second in the direction I know it's going, and just let myself slowly catch up, and then I just adjust my position to it as I get closer once it comes into the 500 meter mark. And then once you get into less than 100 meters of it, you can actually relative damp to it. Well,
nice.
I've been using it less than 50 meters, so
Yeah.
once it actually shows up in my spotlights. But yeah, if it's off to the left, you just, because your dampeners are actually turned off, in essence, you just thrust to left and it will slowly drift you across, and then when you get lined up, you just thrust to right to actually counter it.
Nice.
It works pretty good actually, and the thing is, since I'm relative damp to it, I can actually then turn on my beacon and my broadcast, and I can actually connect to its terminal whilst we're scooting along at 100 meters a second.
Nice.
Except we're only doing 83 meters a second. Why? Oh, because we're coming in. It's slowing down. We're 4 kilometers out, so it's got precision mode turned on. That's why.
Right.
And actually, I'm thinking that the silver drone should almost be back at base. It's probably,
Probably.
maybe it's come and gone already. I don't know. But yeah, actually, no. You are correct. You can actually flag collision mode on and off as an action on a GPS point in the remote control block sequence.
Oh, nice. I kind of figured you could.
Yeah. I checked it before, and yes, you can. You can hit a certain GPS marker, and when it hits that marker, it can trigger an action, and that action can actually turn the collision mode for even that remote control block that's currently active, can turn it on and off as is required. So I've just got them turned off at this point. I don't know that... Really, collision mode is not that important because I know the path is clear between the mines and the base.
Mm-hmm.
The only time it could be a problem is if a ship passed between. Or got in front of. Okay, here we go. Less than a kilometre. Which timer block just fired off? What on earth is getting you all worked up?
Hmm.
Mine dock. Turn you off. It's collision mode again. Oh, I bet. See if we can get it to re-trigger.
Zeraki's ship up here only has 2 Gatlings.
Mm-hmm.
They have a lot of ammo in them, though. In one of them. The other one was almost empty. It only had 1 box left. The missile, I think, has a couple missiles in it, but I think it's turned off. Oh no, it's empty. The missile launchers are just too inaccurate.
Okay.
When they hit, they're devastating, but if you're in a if it's not an NPC ship, it's really not worth it.
That's right.
Because the uranium is better spent powering your ship.
Uh-huh. And then we'll go back out to the GPS mark. Bye bye. Alright, it's on its way back.
Nice. All right, I have filled up one of the 4 hydrogen tanks that are on my ship.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Two zeros into there, reverse, pull you up. Now,
Oh, something's streaming in.
yep. Alright, now. I think I might better get away with 2, maybe? Where is it? Hmm. Excellent, I can.
Ugh, prepare for boarding keeps sending things our way. It's getting annoying.
Yep. Yep. That it is.
Oh, it's been annoying.
Hmm.
Oh, yes, interior turret. You are out, my friend. But it's just a waste of ammunition to put ammo in interior turrets.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. I mean, they've got their uses.
If they're inside.
Yeah.
They're good for repelling people.
More than anything, yeah. They don't have the range for outside use, really.
Nah, they're kind of useful for anti-missile systems, but that's about it.
Yeah.
For point defense, basically. But knife range point defense, as in everything else has failed.
Yes. Last resort thing.
Yep. Still sending drones after us. Was sending a drone after us. The drone has been vaporized. In the amount of time I said that the first part of that sentence, it popped up and then vanished.
And then vanished, yep.
Yeah, there was a lot of Gatling fire. I'm just happy to have my ship finished finally.
Yeah. That's cool, man.
I'm sad I didn't get to do it on stream, but things have just kind of not quite worked out the way that.
Yeah, it's understandable. It really is. It's the same with Zaraki. Yeah. And if you're peeking into this Zaraki, good. It's understandable. I mean, family and life should always take priority over gaming. Gaming is a recreation. Gaming is an escape. Gaming is a recreation. And like I said, life should always come first, and self should always come first. I mean, unfortunate, and in a lot of respects, it's just me and the daughter, and she's old enough to look after herself if she has to, as much as she really doesn't like to. Yeah, you sneer at me, I can see it. So in that respect, I'm fortunate, but I understand I mean, things come up. That's what's called life. Things come up. Right, now. I've gone from 1 piston to 3 pistons, so let's just take our drills, regroup them as drills. Yes, of course, makes logical sense to me. Advanced rotor, we will reset, turn you off for the moment. Let's fix the braking torque. I don't know why they don't have braking torque set properly. Okay, so that's good. Now pistons. Tensors. so we need to set the velocity on this, and I need to do mathy stuffs again. Because the rate that it was progressing before was good.
No.
3 zeros. Egads, that is small. Okay, so they're all set. They're all set. Rotor is set. Turn the drills on. Turn the rotor on. And reverse the pistons. And that should be back into production. Great. Thank you. Okay, well, I can see one of the pistons is misbehaving already. Okay, maybe not. No, okay. No, pistons are behaving. Excellent. Alright, so that should keep going for a little while there. Time to head back to base. Okay. Just swing you around here like this. Okay. Now, your idea for the remote triggerable drone, I'm going to do that next stream.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll find an asteroid that's not that far away so that don't have to wait forever for it to bring gravel and stuff over.
Oh yeah, good idea.
So only like, even if it's just like 10 or 15k, that'd be plenty. It won't take very long to travel that distance when we trigger it, considering it's a trigger once, receive one shipment.
Mm-hmm.
It'll dock up, collect, come over, drop off, go back, wait. Sit in a holding pattern basically until we trigger it again. But yeah, I think you're right. Laser antennas will work perfectly in that case. As long as the drone is within 500 meters of the other end, then we can access it through the network, the radio network. That's the one.
I always forget we have the pipes.
Yeah. Yeah, I like them. The ICASA did such a good job with those pipes.
Oh yeah.
Okay, now I need to check on the other drone. Find out where it is. It must have already been over with a shipment and have gone back, you know. Because it's 40 kilometres away from the silver mine. And it was quite some time ago that I actually checked on it and whatnot.
Huh.
So it must have already been over and dropped off and gone back.
So that was the gold mine, right?
No, the right way. Silver mine.
Okay, I have no idea how much silver we had before. We have 176k of
Processed.
processed
Yep.
silver, yeah. And 1.8, not even 1.8k, it's 1,806k of iron ingots.
Yeah.
And for some reason, 470 old scrap metal.
Who's been picking up scrap metal?
It's probably from one of Zaraki's claims, because it's old scrap metal, which is usually in cargo containers of NPCs.
True.
So it was probably in the ship that's sitting over here with the red glow.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, since you're getting ready, next week, I think what I'll start doing is a dock for the big ships.
Oh yeah.
The stacked one that we'd talked about before.
Oh yeah.
So that way we can get all the ships docked up, and in the meanwhile, I can see I'm going to need to do a couple retrofits to Zaraki's ship here before he's able to get into it to actually make it mobile.
Yeah.
Because it's missing thrusters in a couple directions. At least ions.
Yeah. Okay, so drone, what do you got in you? No, I didn't want to do that. Shift key.
And I will say, from what I can tell, the conveyor system within this ship is royally screwed. I'm sure Zaraki can get it fixed up, no problem. It's just needs a little love.
Yeah.
Interesting mix of heavy and light.
Oh. Okay, well, yeah. The original drone, it's coming back. It's got 30k of processed silver on it.
Oh, it is coming in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's still 200 kilometers out. Or over 200 kilometres out, but it's got 30k, just over 30k of processed silver on it. So I should probably check
Nice.
the. It's 261 kilometres out still. So it's obviously it's been over and back.
Yep. Oh, nice.
Serious game far out. Teleporting me inside the friggin' asteroid.
Oh dear.
That's alright. There we go. That's right, the mine's been shut down for the moment. Because it's still processing a truckload of stuff.
Ah. Oh, you're over at the mine.
Yeah. It's still refining silver. It's still got 470, 570, 670k of silver to process.
Oh, good lord.
And it's still got 2 million k. Sorry. 670. No, actually, it's got 1.4 million silver to process still. And it's still got 8 million. No, 6 million iron to process still. Hence why
Only
only 6 million. Yeah. Hence why the mine, the drill portion of the mine, has actually been shut down.
Yeah, I can see why.
It's a big bloody mine. Oh my goodness, I'm really proud of the way this mine turned out. Not to mention, I'm proud of the way the drones work.
Oh no, yeah.
Considering they're just remote control blocks and timer blocks, and we've got these autonomous drones that are just coming over, picking up resources, going back. Now, yes, granted, I'm making use of an inventory management script to actually pull resources off the mines into the drone.
Mm-hmm.
But I could do that just as easily by making use of sorters.
Oh, super easily, yeah.
I could have, with a very minimal redesign of where the connector is connected, I could run a couple of sorters off the side of the connector on drain mode to pull ingots and ores, which would instantly pull it from whatever it's connected to straight into the maximum capacity cargo.
Yeah, and you would just need one sorter, basically just pushing everything into the drone.
Yeah.
When the drone comes in, you just need one sorter pulling everything out except uranium.
Exactly.
And even then, I don't think the reactor is actually hooked up to the conveyor system, is it?
Yes, they are actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you just say no to the uranium ingots.
Yeah, pretty much. So gold transport must be getting close. That is mine. Oh yeah, it's still got 50 kilometres to go, so that's all right.
We need more lighting at the front of the base where Saraki's ship is.
Hmm.
I go over to that side and it's just dark.
So they fall here and get rid of that, get rid of that. Now, as it stands, the new drone should get back here and connect up and then stop because I've turned off the wait at base sequencer. So it should get here. It should get here, and then it should dock up, and then it should just sit. It'll dock up and drop its load, and it'll just sit there waiting to be reactivated. So. But so far, it's working quite nicely for a vanilla auto drone, auto cargo drone.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I might just dock the skink back up.
Okay. And I think our next priority is getting the skink a shield.
Yeah, I think I probably should.
Since you're out scouting.
Well,
And
it's a
all your
mobile. It's a mobile
valuable bits are-
production. Yeah, mobile
all your
production
valuable
facility. So
Yeah, and all your valuable bits are hanging out.
yeah, pretty exposed. Yeah.
You're very Millennium Falcon.
Very much so. Yes.
Everything important is just kind of hanging
Just
out
hanging there. It's all good.
Oh yeah, have you taken a tour of the ship?
I haven't yet. Looking forward to it actually. So we'll just get settle. Okay, dock you up. Done. Power you down. Done. And I bet you all of my uranium just got sucked straight out of my inventory.
Probably.
It did. It's. Ooh, okay. We're actually low on ice by the looks of this.
Yeah, I'm filling a second tank.
Yeah. But it stole all the uranium that I had.
Alright, since you said that, I turned off the tank that was filling since we're low on ice.
Yeah, that's cool.
We've got some, so we're good. But yeah.
Just find.
I think that might be my job next week, actually. Ooh. Oh yeah.
Oh,
I
something was
was
shooting.
in the line of fire there.
Well, it's dead, whatever it was now.
Yeah. Well, the base small ship Gatlings and skink Gatlings were all firing over my head.
Yes.
Directly over my head. That was concerning. Because one of them was shooting directly over my shoulder.
Ooh.
All we need is a deep space ore detector.
Yeah, I thought about that when I built the deep space stuff. I opted against it.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I wanted to feel very industrial.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, it's the the main area where everyone sits is also the area with all the storage. Yeah, there's nothing in it right now except uranium in the reactor.
I love the command seats.
Oh yeah, hop in it and hit the remote control block. Not the remote, the timer block. Made it nice and quick too, so it's not
Yay.
annoying.
We've got a prepared avoiding going past. So just hit the timer block again to
Yep.
hop out.
I have it locked so
Ah.
you can't mash it while it's turning.
Nice. Like nice.
Yeah, and if you hit your headlights, you can see that it's all nicely lit up.
It is. So cool.
Yep.
Very cool.
And is this color okay? I feel like it.
What, the
works
blue?
for- it's not blue for me. It's like a yellow
Oh, hang on. Oh, yeah, this on the screens. No, that looks
on the
good.
screens. Yeah,
Yeah, no, that's good.
it felt industrial.
It does. No, that looks good, actually.
So I think I might do that for the screens on everything as well as turn them to black and put the yellow on it.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of waiting for me to get my butt out of in gear and get the command chairs up and running.
Here. Yes.
Because while these are nice,
Yes. I know what you mean.
yeah,
The John, the shower.
yep. Oh, I forgot to.
Medroom.
I actually forgot to put something up.
Ooh, I like the ambient lighting in the engine room.
Yep. There we go.
Oh, I love how you put them back to back, so it's like that looks cool, actually.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's very U-boat.
Yeah, very much so.
I saw that debris come through my hull. And it's a little cramped down there,
Meh.
but not bad. At first I put a chair in that blank spot and then looked up and realized it's right where the reactor is. You really don't want a desk right at the reactor.
No, not really. I like it.
Yep. I really don't like that it kicks on your jetpack. every
No,
time it
I
goes to the top.
know, it's annoying. Especially if you're in a gravity field.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
It
The
looks-
last thing I added was a ladder on the bunk beds. That was what I forgot.
ah.
You can actually get into the bed without the ladder. Well, the ladder really doesn't take you anywhere except turn on your jetpack.
Yeah. Oh, I like it. It looks really cool.
Yeah. And you get to draw straws to see who gets the bed that's up against the conveyor.
Who gets the noisy one?
Yep. It's the noisy one and the hard to get into one.
Yeah. No, it's cool, man. It's a cool looking ship.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that there was enough room just in case I have to actually use this to save a couple of us.
Yeah. And I love the way
Just-
the hydrogen tanks are exposed but not exposed. The
Mhm.
the texture that it gives the ship is really cool.
Yep. And the lighting too.
Yes.
I feel really does add to it.
Oh hell yeah.
I actually got to mess with fall off on these lights.
Yep.
And that was how I got some of the lights as dim yet as bright as they are.
Yeah. We've got another Epsilon drone coming in.
It'll go poof. And see, this is why I like the darkness. If you come up to the side, you can actually see into the ship.
Yes, through the windows.
Yep.
And the blue ambience around the jump drives looks really cool too.
Mm-hmm. Well, it also adds a layer of defense as
Mm.
well, because it has to pop the lights before it can hit the jump drive.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
So I am taking a little bit of advantage of the Space Engineers hitboxes.
Yeah. Alright, so where is this drone?
It's gone.
No,
It
that
just
drone.
hit our
Yeah.
shields.
Yeah. Oh,
And I did take a blueprint of this thing, so...
alright. Well, the new drone is just arrived.
Oh,
The new
nice.
cargo drone.
Ooh, I gotta go poke at it. Poke at it without poking at it.
We've just hit dock approach. Is that where I told it to stop? No, no. Here we go. What are you doing? Is it turned on collision mode again?
I think it's lost its mind.
Base dock. Collision mode was turned on again. In which case it's now... Yeah, turned off, that's right. Let me just... autopilot you back there, let it re-trigger.
Ah.
some reason, collision avoidance was turned on. I don't have collision avoidance turned on.
Might be something to do, like we were having issues before. It might be something to make sure that the timers are constantly fixing it. Turns on that autopilot and turns off collision avoidance when you want it to. Just in case when you turn it off and on, it... no, you can't turn them off and on, though. I don't know.
What?
It could be that when it goes out of render range, it doesn't remember and just goes to default that the collision avoidance is turned off.
Maybe. I can see what is causing the problem here. Let me just remove that. I'm going to have to fix a couple of these remote control blocks, put some of the sequences back in, but...
Okay, I actually have a couple of ideas now. Because I forgot this giant hole was here that's near your drone dock. It's stalking. Hey.
Now, will it actually connect up? So I don't think it's got the relevant sensor turned on. No, it didn't have. That's right. I can. Let's just come here. Thank you.
A lot of gold, a lot of gravel.
Yep.
Well, a decent amount of gravel.
Okay, so
More than we had.
Yeah, more than we had. Now I shall just check the timer block. And it's the weight at base 1. It's been connect to base. Oh, okay, it's because I know why it is. That's right, I'll deal with that next time. It didn't actually activate the right sensor because that's reasons. What it means, if it keeps triggering the collision mode outside of render range, if that is what is happening, that should be easy. I'll just actually set it up so that when it gets to the dock point, rather than sitting and waiting, it'll actually turn off collision mode before it then proceeds to try and dock.
Mm-hmm.
And by adding it into the timer, it will actually force it to always turn it off, even if the game has turned it back on.
Mm-hmm. I'll be honest, I feel like that could have easily been a flag Keen missed of what to maintain when it's loaded out of memory.
When it reloads, yeah. So if I intrinsically control that when it hits GPS points, like when it gets to the dock approach here, not only will it actually just trigger the wait timer before it tries to dock, it'll trigger the wait timer before it tries to dock. It will turn off collision mode. It'll turn off collision mode, trigger the wait timer, and then when the collision the timer fires and it fires off the docking remote control block, it'll already have the collision mode turned off. So it should just pivot and dock as per normal. Because when it's got collision mode turned on, as you saw, it sits there and has a little hissy fit, little flip out.
Yeah.
And even then, if it does actually orient itself correctly, it will fly up close to the docking point, but it most likely won't have the connector in the right orientation, so it'll just sit there. It won't actually be able to dock up. But that's cool. That's cool. We'll actually deal with that next time.
Alrighty.
Let me just check on the other one, how far away it is. It's probably still too far away to be
concerned about.
It's still 290 kilometers away, by the looks of it.
Okay.
No, it's not 290. It's 143.
Oh, it's not too far.
Yeah, I'm not hanging around that long.
No.
I've actually reached it. I'm going to let it the next 6-7 minutes tick over just so it hits the 4-hour mark, and then I think I'm going to close my stream off at that
Sounds
point.
In which case, I'm actually going to ask you a couple questions about some ideas that I had.
Mm-hmm.
If you head down the dock, the dock that you're at, do you see me?
Yep.
Okay. Right over here is a giant hole.
Yes.
At first I was thinking this might not be a bad area since we're building narrow enough ships, it might not be a bad spot for like a dry dock.
Yeah, well, true. Yeah.
So it's protected. Or I had a different idea of maybe making this the Skink's actual permanent dock in here, since it's the scout ship and would most likely be the ship where it's like, well, we need to get the heck out of here. Kind of
Maybe.
ship.
Yeah. And the thing is, we can tie into the habitat and the refinery, not the refinery, the reactor rooms, because their networks are not that deep behind the wall, the iron here.
Exactly, because my other idea for the dry dock is over here by my ship. Keep the arm where it is, keep it a connecting point, and then down lower, build a longer arm that has some conveyors in it and has some welders, and that way the welding ship will be stored up here.
Yeah.
And can be used for dry dock.
Yeah.
Because we kind of need a dry dock somewhere so we can...
We do.
Actually, like, repair our ships, because at some point someone's ship is going to come in a bit torn up.
Yep. And you've got an iron thruster that's not welded up.
I have like 6, because we don't have enough thruster components.
Okay. Fair enough.
So, and I actually salvaged some and put them in the base, so that way you had some for your drones.
Yeah. That's all right.
It's all good.
Appreciate it. That's cool.
Because I stole them from the base to build it.
So, yeah, no, actually that works, actually. And this side might be better for a dry dock, being the hangar side. So we can certainly work on that. But I think also next time around, next time round I'm making some changes to the main core here. I'm actually pulling out the refineries and the assemblers that are part of the main core here.
Yes, yeah. Get rid of those.
Because
this
their
is gonna be where
legacy,
I'm
their old network, and that said, because that eliminates these here, these towers.
Yep.
Really, because we won't need them then. So, except for the...
I'm going to keep them and turn them into stairways to get up and down the docks.
Yeah, and that also then opens up. We can start using this upper section of the asteroid inside. So if we've got stairwells that go up through those, then we can join them up into more of the base built up inside the asteroid there.
Yep, and if you notice, I already have a conveyor that's going up to the upper part of the asteroid here.
I see, yes. I can see that. That's cool.
It's going into solid rock right now, but it's
in prep, but this refinery and assemblers are obsolete now because they're also outside of the control network that I've got set up here for gravel.
Yep.
And that in itself causes some issues. We don't actually have any spare gravel, but
it's been causing us issues every now and then.
It has. So we'll look at that next stream as well as setting up a gravel mine. Literally, it's always going to be is a gravel mine. So I'll set up one of those next time. Energy low. I'll tweak that last cargo drone, and I think I'll also have to fix the silver one as well, and put some intrinsic commands in to actually. Some intrinsic commands to actually control the collision mode for the remote control blocks.
Yep.
And I think that will actually save a lot of dramas in the end anyway, because that's what the problem is. I mean, especially for the silver mine, because when it hits the entry point of the silver mine, it's trying to progress inside an asteroid, and that's flipping the remote control box out pretty badly. So when it gets to the entry point, it'll just turn off the remote control, the collision mode then, because that's part of the sequence. It hits the entry point, then it hits the dock approach point. So once it hits the entry point, it will turn off collisions for the current remote control block as well as the collision mode for the docking remote control block. So it'll just go straight in, it'll hit the dock approach, it'll then flip around and settle down onto the docking plate properly. That should eliminate that, and especially if it's handled specifically in the sequencer, the remote control timer sequencer. And I can actually turn them back on again too. When it leaves, it will head to the entry point, because that's one of the GPS points that it uses so they can navigate back out of the asteroid. As soon as it gets to the GPS point on the way out, it can turn collision modes back on for the transport through space, so that just in case a drone or something or other decides to pop up in its path, it will avoid it whilst shooting the hell out of it, of course.
Oh yeah.
So you're painting things.
I had to paint the door red, so it's a don't go in there.
Don't go in there. So yeah, it's still a work in progress, tweaky, but at this point in time, I'm really pleased with the way those cargo drones are working out. Actually, they're working out quite nicely.
They're working really nice. I like it.
So, but that said, stream.
With the hail of gunfire, we're ending the stream.
We are. So thank you everybody who's in stream, who's popped in and checked it out. If you haven't done so, I'm going to insist, please hit that follow button. You know you want to, so just do it. That way, you get the gratification of following and getting notified of when I'm streaming next, and I find out that somebody's interested in what I'm doing. So, and that's a win-win for you and me. So hit that follow button, hit the little bell icon as well, so you get notified of and so you can control the notifications. And until next time, try and stay not lost. We are lost. We're absolutely lost. So
yeah,
we might find our way home eventually, or we might just settle here permanently. I don't know. But until next time, thank you for stopping in, everybody. A little bit of a plug though, and I'm quite I'll give it a little bit of a plug. This server is actually hosted by a game server hosting company called Gportal, a fantastic game server host service that makes use of Game Cloud and has got data centers all around the world, and they use the most current and state-of-the-art server technologies and specs on their servers, so you can run all sorts of games, whether it be Space Engineers, or whether it be Ark or Atlas or Valheim, or there's so many other different games that they actually offer on there. If you're interested in running your own game servers, by all means, hit the link down in the panel underneath the video here on Twitch, or in the description of this video over on YouTube. And if you bounce over through that link there, you can get 5% off on any game servers you actually decide to rent with them. So yeah, go and check them out, give them a go. Affordability and customer service is second to none in my opinion. And I run several servers, not just the Space Engineer servers. I've got Ark servers and Atlas servers and Minecraft servers, and they're all hosted with Gportal, and I've got no complaints with them whatsoever. So go and check them out. You got my recommendation on it, and hopefully I shall see you again next time. Until then, happy engineering, and stay safe.